it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy TGIF. We are back covering the case of hold on, I got a frog in my throat. The state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. We are on day 8. This is trial number 2. And I have the beautiful Sleuthie Goosie here with me, hanging out, covering the trial. And she has a feeling that today is going to be a good day.
Yeah. I'm so excited. I can feel the excitement in my cheeks. I'm trying to get all my shit set up.
I'm hoping it's contagious.
I got my 2 iPads, my 2 computers, my Apple Pencil. I'm ready.
Oh, you are so ready.
Yes.
So ready. All right, let's say hi to everybody in chat. Hi, CH. What's up, JJ? Hi, Chelsea. Hey, Passenger. Hey, Susie. What's up, Lacey? Hi, Carla. I think I saw Shaz up here. There's Shaz. Hey, Streets. Streets is going to be in and out. Hi, Molly.
Hi, Molly.
I waited for that one.
Where's Kim?
I haven't seen Kim yet. Hi, Joanna. Hi, Nunya. Are we sure it's not just sunflower seeds in your cheeks?
Nah. I actually did. I did get some pistachios, which I love.
Did you get the salt and pepper ones?
No, I got those once before, and I was like, these are going to be delicious, and I did not like them. I just like the regular salted, where you suck on the shell before you open it up.
I like the salt and pepper ones.
No, but you know what kind of different tasting nuts that
You tell us what kind of nuts you like there.
I already know where we're going, but I as it was coming out of my mouth, I was like, here we go. But they're in a green bag. They're called, I don't know what they're called, but they're wasabi flavored almonds. Oh my God. They're spicy, but they're good.
Oh yeah, I couldn't do that. That'd be too much for me. I can't do spice.
Oh, they're so good.
My husband might like those, but not me. Not me. What's up, Sleepless?
Hi, Lori.
Hi, Lori. The chili pistachios are amazing. See if those taste like they're hot. I can't do it. Nope.
I don't like the already peeled pistachios, like the bags of the just.
No. Yeah, I agree with you.
But I used to like
sunflower seeds. I don't want them already de-shelled. I want to do that myself.
No, when I played baseball, I would eat sunflower seeds. I liked the ranch ones.
Hi, Luke. Oh, see, I like the barbecue ones, but the regular sunflower seeds are the best. And I had a weird thing when I actually smoked cigarettes. Mm-hmm. I love to have sunflower seeds in my mouth while smoking a cigarette.
Really?
I did. But it was like a weird, I don't know what it was.
That sounds cancery. Like they say, you're not supposed to chew gum while you have a cigarette in your mouth.
Oh, really? Well, okay. Yeah. So long story short, I always,
oh my God.
I always had something in my mouth. So when I was younger, because I started smoking when I was pretty young, which is, children out there, do not follow in my footsteps. But I would always have a piece of gum at first, and then I went to Jolly Ranchers. I had a huge thing with
Jolly Ranchers.
Jolly Ranchers while smoking a cigarette, and then I got a cold one time, and it ended up being cough drops. So cherry halls and a cigarette, and then that turned into when I would drink. I loved having a cherry halls with a cold beer and a cigarette.
Like
And
all
that is,
together in your mouth?
yes.
Ew.
Right there is what I mean, I missed that. I miss having a cold beer with a menthol cigarette and a Cherry Halls in my mouth.
With more menthol.
It's just that combo, man, that was life.
My kid, he came home yesterday and he's like, I'm surprised he didn't tell you this because he says everything. But he comes home and out of the blue, he's like, have I had cough drops in a while? And I'm like, what? No, obviously not. What? And he's like, oh, you know, the kind we like. He's talking about the Ludens. Yeah.
So, yes. Yeah. Those, I used to eat those things like candy. They came in a little white box.
Oh, yes. It's easy. And
yeah.
So that's why I usually have to hide them from him. Well, then if he ever needs the cough drops, then I don't know where they're at because I've hidden them because otherwise he will eat them like candy.
That Ludens are the only ones my kids will eat.
Yeah. So, well, and actually back in the day, like when he was younger, I don't know, they had, I would guess it's not menthol because they were for babies, but it was more than just like Ludens that taste good. And these were grape and they were little teddy bears and they were like lollipops, like suckers for,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, for coughing. And he loved those. But I said, what are you asking me about cough drops? Are you sick? Are you getting sick? If you're getting sick, you got to stay away from me. He knows, like we have had this whole discussion about mommy doesn't have a spleen. If I get sick, I get super, 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 super sick. And so, I was like, are you getting sick? And I was like, ready to put a mask on and like some gloves. And he's like, well, no, but we played a game at school today and I won, but they didn't have any prizes left over. So the teacher gave me a cough drop. He said, and it was so good.
If I was a kid, I would have been like, what the hell?
I said,
no prize? Did I lose? Did I lose the game?
I said, a cough drop from where? Like her pocket? And he was like, oh no, mommy, I would never take it.
It was the plastic bag inside of her purse.
Yeah, he said, I would never, no. He said, I would never take it if it come from her pocket. He said, it was in the bag with the cherries on it. And so, I figured it was the actual bag.
That's so crazy. Did he have pocket fluff? You guys are hilarious. People in chat, like, Silly Goose is like, what is happening here? This is like not what I expected to be talking about like this early in the morning.
My kid says he'll drop something on the floor and then pick it up and eat it. But if you take a bite of his food or take a drink from his drink, he won't touch it. If you touch his food, except for me, obviously.
That's my oldest. If you touch his food, you cannot share a drink with him. You cannot, nothing. No.
Yeah,
nothing. And he's been like that since he was about 5-ish. When he was little, he'd have no problem sharing. But then something, I don't know what, but it's just, you cannot touch his food.
Oh no, I remember. I mean, he was probably 2, maybe 3, and we stopped at like a Dairy Queen somewhere. There was a bunch of us, and got him a hot dog. Well, Mamaw cut the hot dog in half. Oh, and he cried like until she bought him another one. He cried. He said he couldn't eat it. He can't eat it because she touched it.
Yeah, she touched it and cut it in half. Yeah, that's my oldest kid. He's like, no, not to even ask. Like, I remember when he was probably about 7 or 8 and he was getting done with a soccer game and it was fucking hot as shit outside. And I was like, can I have a drink of your water? Like, I was so hot. And
no, you'll have to die.
Yes.
Yeah.
He freaked out on me. Like, he could not, like, if I touched his water, his life was going to be over.
Yep. He won't even let you do it. Like, if he watches you or like it doesn't touch your lips. I'm the same way. I won't, but he's different. He'll share with me, but I won't share with my mother. Like, I won't share food or drinks with my mother.
I don't like sharing with my mom anymore. Back when I was younger, I didn't care as much, but now I do. But my other 2 kids will just take my shit and leave. They don't care. They don't care about sharing with me whatsoever. Just him. He cannot, like, it's not even expected. The other 2 will fight with each other because they don't share, like on a weird occasion that they don't share with each other. But nobody asked my oldest. It's like he's not even included in the conversation.
Yeah. But
you already know the answer.
But like at his last school, he almost caused me to have a stroke because he told me he drank from the water fountain. So make sense.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm
I
like,
love
you'll
that.
drink from a water fountain where other kids, like you all are standing in a line,
Yeah,
like
you
with
guys are all
your lips
spitting on it.
I said, don't you ever touch that water fountain ever again.
I like who does this comment. This is my wife. My wife. My husband is weird like that. Just drink after me, for fuck's sake. Your
No.
mouth has been on other parts of me.
Yeah,
Using
I
a
know, but
straw
it's
after
different.
me really isn't a big deal.
No, it is. It's different. I'll tell you what. This was my turning point. And then we can move on. But one time, probably a decade ago, I was watching my mom. Like we were eating something. Maybe it was cheesesteaks. And when she, like, I can't. It makes me sick. Like I feel weak. I feel weak. And it traumatized me so bad because I saw food come like out of her mouth and I was like, oh, nope, absolutely not. And from then on, I couldn't. And now, like, this was just back, I guess, in February when her and my aunt and my cousin came down for Bub's birthday. We were out at the Olive Garden and they were like packing up foods. Well, my aunt knows how I am. And so she when she got her food, she's like, I'm probably not going to eat this whole thing. So she like cut it and then separated it and put it in an entirely different spot. So she's like, do you want to pack this up for home so you have food for a couple days? And I'm like, yeah, we'll do that. My mom was like, here, I barely ate mine either. And I swear
Don't touch. No, don't do that. No.
Just when I was going to give her the benefit of the doubt, food flung out of her mouth and I was like, nope, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't. And like the waitress was standing there. The waitress was standing there like, what is going on? And my cousin started laughing, but she was staring at me. And I was like, you're not going to tell me I didn't see what I just saw. I saw it. I don't want it because it landed somewhere on this table. I don't want any of it. Whatever's not in the box, leave it here. And my cousin was like, you're a freak. And my mom was like, nothing happened.
There was
Nothing.
Food coming out of her mouth.
Yeah. My mom was like, you're crazy. And my cousin was like, okay, you're a freak, but I saw it also. She's not making it up. Just pack the shit up so we can leave. Mm-hmm.
Probably like, I'm not going out to eat with you anymore.
Then I had to apologize to my mother because I felt bad, but it was just like an instant like trauma reaction. Like as soon as I saw it.
Yeah, no, you're so disgusted. You had
the
to
whole
very moment.
All of Olive Garden knew that I just saw food come out of my mother's mouth and I didn't want to bring any food home.
God, you probably embarrassed the
I couldn't help it. I could not. I'm serious. My stomach is turning just thinking about it.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, God, I don't even know how we got here. I have no idea how we got here.
The cough drop.
Oh, was it the cough drop? That's what it was.
Yes,
okay.
That led us down this path. But now we can go on this other path, which is a much better one. Someone said it's going to be a spicy morning, so I guess we need some white milk.
And then it's like an hour ago, I was watching my nephew take his Hippocratic oath in his white coat ceremony, and now I'm listening to y'all opine about gross food incidents. The internet is weird. Facts.
Yeah, I can stand there while they like cut your brain open and
watch you
scalp
food come out of
back.
your own mother's mouth.
Yeah, I'm cool with all that. But if food comes out of your mouth, the whole restaurant knows.
I won't drink out of a bottle that someone else drank out of, but a cup or a straw, man, no big deal, as long as I don't see floaties in it. See, that's interesting.
Just because you don't see them don't mean they're not there.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on. See what's going on in the world of Karen Reed.
Let's go.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
You guys hear it okay?
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Oh, for crying out loud. We're fast forwarding already.
They literally all just sat down from a sidebar. They were all, I got it where they had just come back from a sidebar. And then she's like, actually, no, let's go back. So Paul is no longer allowed to sit where he can see Karen Reed's face.
Good. That should have happened a long time ago, to be honest.
It should
have. No Aaron. Who are these people? There's a bunch of people I don't.
I have
on
no
my
idea.
phone. I'm going to switch over my computer here in a second.
I don't know, but I don't know who most of these people are. I see Peggy. Isn't this? I think this is the ex-girlfriend, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's so weird.
Isn't it her?
I can't see her.
I can't tell 100%, but I feel like it's her. These other people, I have no idea who they are.
Did you see this?
Oh, the one lady behind Peg is Jen's sister.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that is the ex-girlfriend on the end.
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so now they got the ex-girlfriend sitting where Paul was. You don't think that was on purpose? Come on. She's like, Paul and I were so in love. We love each other. We wish to have been together forever. And it's like, you weren't, bitch. Go away.
Sidebar. I got to check sidebar on my bingo card bright and early.
Tori.
I have to say, Auntie Bev has really been bothering the piss out of me this entire trial. She's worse than last year, I would say.
She's more reminiscent of how she normally is in pre-trial hearings. Like last year in trial, she tried to play more fair and cordial.
Yeah.
I feel, and now, but she was always an asshole in pre-trial hearings. And now I feel like she's just that way throughout this whole trial.
Her interjections to like take up for the witness just really, I mean, it makes me mad.
Right. It's like, bitch, you don't even know their name. You keep calling them their wrong.
What is happening?
Now the jury's coming in. So they don't have any mistakes showing the jury.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Marie. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago? Yes. Everyone said yes.
No, she hasn't left him. They're still together.
You're also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation.
That's why people talk shit about her too. I mean, not the only reason, but
on the proposed witness list, it says that she's in a different town, so I think that's where people are getting at.
Oh, does it? Because last I heard they were still living together.
Yeah, it has a different town listed for her.
Interesting.
Hear or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
She knew she's Mrs. McCabe. Why is she saying Ms.?
No idea.
You know, yesterday I had this brief fleeting thought that, oh, let me pay attention here because I know you rely on me to know what they're saying. Oh, she covered her mouth. That's how we know that I was on point because now they're going to cover their mouths. Because
yes, and he knows that you know about the white milk.
Exactly.
Yep.
Whatever you want.
I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
They're re-swearing her in?
All right, good morning. Good morning.
Because there was a day missing, maybe? Because normally they don't do that.
All right,
They just say
Mr.
you're
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I do.
I never watched it, but I went and looked.
Oh, you said you did, bitch.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25.
Got her.
On to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
that smile. Mhm.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
Uh-huh.
Remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023.
But you did create a timeline, and you did ask everybody in the whole world to send you text messages so that you could create this timeline about when everything happened.
Yep.
So
We're starting off dodgy first thing in the morning. Because she knows, like I said, yes.
I think she lives dodgy.
Whatever day I said that, where I was like, she's ignoring the other 3 times because she knows that the Commonwealth thinks that it happened at a certain time. She couldn't have possibly seen Karen after that point. That's what she's doing here. She knows her ass said. In fact, the last trial, Lally in his opening statement said 12:45.
Yes.
So
23 at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
no.
Pressure recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Pressure recollection.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
She's a mess.
It's not in there. He was reading it.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but
Those were your exact words.
Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period." Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
That you said you saw it.
That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call, there at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
Did you tell them all different things?
Yeah. I mean, like, you either said you spoke with her or you didn't. I don't really know. So real quick, because it was brought up in chat, I'll just update you guys. Yes, yesterday sucked really, really bad. Sleuthie distracted me with lots of conversation on true crime, so it was very, very nice of her. I did have to put him down yesterday morning when I took him in. So it was a crappy day. Thank you guys. And no, you're not passing boundaries by asking. I brought him up. You guys are welcome to ask anything about me you ever want to. I always thank you guys for your support. Sucked really bad. Last night sucked even worse because he's my cuddle puppy. I have another little dog, but she doesn't cuddle. She's like a scared little, she's always like so scared. She's just like running around. She's like scared of her own farts. And then the other one is too big to cuddle unless you're laying down in bed. So last night sucked. Other than that, like, I don't really want to talk too much about it because I don't want to cry. But yeah, sucked. So that's where we're at. Oh, Carly, your mom put hers down this week. Yeah, it's just it's the worst. I had no choice to do that. It was the best thing for him. And like I tell my kids, there's things in life that you want to do, and there's things in life that you have to do. And definitely was not a want. It was horrible, like every other time I've ever had to do it with any of my pets. The worst part about being a pet owner, and yet I still choose to continue to have pets my entire life because the other times are absolutely worth it. So thank you guys for caring and asking though, and I appreciate it. But like I said, I'm gonna keep playing this because I don't want to cry.
You did it because you love him.
Yes, and the whole time I told him how much I love him.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I need to spray some Pam on this chair.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you. Because it's
Thank you so much, Streets. Thank you.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Lacey.
It'll make me feel better. Oh, cool. It does. I hope that everything's okay with your pet. It is. It's terrible.
I mean, 99% of the time, dogs are better to us than people are. So,
Yeah.
all right, stop making her cry. We got shit to watch.
I had to put my glasses on because my eyes hurt so bad. So now I'm in glasses again. You can't make me cry because it'll fog up my glasses.
You probably need some eye drops.
May I approach?
My eye. I'm not crying. You're crying.
Just look at Jen. It'll fill you full of rage.
Your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
Right, come on up.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, are you serious?
Skippy skip.
Hold on. Streets, you know it's bad when your phone starts to correct pets to EMTs. She types in pet, it's all no, EMTs for you. You get nothing else. Okay, so this whole thing is about Trooper Prince, what she told him about Kaylee calling.
Trooper Prince is a lady, and I was hoping they would bring her up more last trial, but they did not for whatever reason.
Yeah, she's not a common one to talk about.
Yeah, because she said different things to Trooper Prince than she did anybody else. Her account of the conversations were also, Trooper Prince's account of the conversations were also longer than any of the other ones. And according to this, she told Trooper Prince that she spoke to Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone and that she also called Julie Albert and Tom Beatty. And then he asked her something else, and then Spanky objected and wanted to be heard. So that's where we are.
That's what she testified to in this trial.
Yeah. So well, now he's saying you were asked this at the grand jury, blah, blah, blah. And then we got an objection.
Okay. I think as long as they understand that she's a liar, I think they'll be okay. She has no problem lying to a federal agent. She has no problem lying to a jury.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 453 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Mhm.
That objection sustained.
What the fuck?
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Who
Oh my God.
did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you-
don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it.
Oh my God.
I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
All of your testimony is your memory.
Go ahead and answer that, Commissioner. You're answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan we can draft.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
Like she knows that if she just fucking
I think I'm really confused because she just testified 2 days ago about that Kaylee called her, or maybe it was on direct the day before, but whatever. 2 testimony days ago. Kaylee called her, and this is when she heard Karen in the background screaming, "Jen, Jen!"
Right.
And then she got on the phone on Kaylee's phone, and then Karen called her back on her phone later, like from her phone after she got her phone number.
Yeah, so he's asking her, what did you tell them? Who did you tell them you tried to contacted when you hung up the phone with Kaylee and Karen?
Yeah.
And she's like, she's just being ridiculous. She doesn't know what she told the grand jury. Like she knows that
She knows what she told the grand jury, and she also knows that what she told the grand jury was probably a lie.
For sure.
And now they know that it was a lie, and they're going to call her out on it. So she's trying to fucking prolong the inevitable here.
Right. And
I don't know that to be true, but that would be my assumption based on her idiocy.
Well, at other times she'll say, I don't remember, but if I could see the report or if I could see the transcript, but this time she didn't ask for it. And if anything, she was trying to answer in a way where he could not offer her the transcript.
Well, no, because she knows whatever she said was a lie.
Right.
I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection? Look at your transcript.
I'll look at it. Yes.
Okay. So it might not refresh your recollection. It's taking too long.
Because she's going to try to come up with a way to spin it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty. I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who.
What? They ask questions in a different manner, but the answer is going to be the same. He's only asking you about your answer. That was the whole fucking point, Jen McCabe.
I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Such a fucking lying hoe.
Finished? That answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying.
He's trying.
Asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury. You didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty. Correct.
Correct.
I wish he'd get to a mic.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
Shit, who did you call?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07,
No,
you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone.
we did not know that.
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I
I
remembered
disagree.
who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Why'd you leave it out?
That word because it sounds nefarious.
Sounds
Let's just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
So,
does come across that way.
Oh, yeah, you are.
no, not at all.
She's trying really hard to stay calm here.
Yep.
Thank you, Post Punk Mama. Welcome, new members. Woo woo.
Later that morning of January 29th. And by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling?
That's the same time that Karen is on the Ring camera backing out of John's garage.
Oh.
Like the same exact time.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think the jury knows that yet. So
No, but how did we not know about this call when we knew about her other two calls in the morning at the 6:07, 6:08 time frame? How did we not know about this 5:07 one?
it seems like he just found out about it.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out. How did he not know about it?
Probably the feds. Maybe they turned over more discovery to both sides.
Shit. I mean, that's sus.
That's very sus. Like you remembered that you called Tom Beatty some rando, but you don't remember you called your sister? I'm not buying that.
No,
You were
the timing of this is really, really interesting because we know she purposely lies to the feds about people she's calling. And now she's lying to law enforcement about people she's calling. And it happens to always be having to do with Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the one person that when she's out front and can actually go in and talk to him, she doesn't do it.
Right.
If he can tie that in, like showing like that, it gets crazier. And this is a 30-some second call. So going past the whole, at the one that's 6:07 and 6:08 or whatever, 6:08, 6:09, right there in that morning time frame. Those are like in the like 10 second or less, I believe, right, Sleuthie?
Yeah, so I'm thinking about, so that's at 5:07. She calls Nicole while or just after Karen is backing out of the garage. Then I believe there's another call from Karen. And at that point, Jennifer tells her to come to her house to pick her up. And then they go to the house she just came from where she was already looking for and couldn't find John. And then they go to 34 Fairview. Like if they were going to argue stalling, I think that's a good argument for it.
That's a good argument.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Whatever
we already
conversation.
talked about it. It doesn't make sense that they go back to Meadows anyway. They tried to play it off in the last trial that they went back there to drop off Karen's car so they could all take one car.
But they could have did that from Jen's.
But I think it's really clear at this point that Carrie overly inserts herself, because we went through the whole thing about her going and waiting in her own car, which made no sense because she's supposedly supposed to be driving Karen around. So why would she even start her car? Why wouldn't she just go get in Karen's car and go over to Waterfall, which at that point is where she thought she'd left him. So and then Carrie is overly inserted, and now Jen is overly inserted.
Well, they could have just left in one vehicle. They could have left in Carrie's vehicle from Jen's. There was no reason to stop at 34 Fairview at all.
No reason to go back.
And so now the argument could be made. You talked to someone at 5:07 for 38 seconds, and they told you to stall.
Yep. Yep. Delana, you are getting old here, girl. 30 months. I think I need to add some more emojis to you old school people. Hi, holy shnikes. Damn.
So this is getting interesting, and we just started.
Yeah. He's on a path, though, for sure. Hey, Sonny, I sure hope the jury thinks about how sus it is that she tried calling all kinds of people to see if John was there, except the Alberts, even though that a 507 phone call would be perfectly reasonable.
Exactly.
Right. But she leaves it out on purpose.
Your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Alert her?
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
Exactly.
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
Mm-hmm. No, that's incorrect.
How'd she know where your house was?
Well, she'd supposedly been there before, right? For the pool party or whatever.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my house.
Do you remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question.
God.
I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
How do you know? Because you just testified that you can't remember word for word what you said to the grand jury and to Trooper Prince. So now you know what you told Proctor. She's one of the most infuriating people ever to come across any type of criminal trial to me. Cannot stand it.
The problem is that she already knows that what's written there is not what she's trying to say here. So she's trying to not have to look at it so that he can't go any further on it. You know what I mean? And if he does, they're just going to throw Proctor under the bus. Hi, Kim. Love you.
It's always Proctor's fault.
Yeah.
Which I mean, we said this back then. I don't know why that guy doesn't just come out and fucking throw all these people to the wolves and just be like,
yeah,
here's everything that happened. I mean, they do not give a shit about him. He is their patsy. Because they're
So
all
now-
pieces of shit, but he's the one taking the fall for them all being pieces of shit.
So now she's trying to hide the fact that she told Karen to come to her house to pick her up. So, in my opinion, that's again another good argument for you called and spoke to someone for 38 seconds at 5:07 at somebody, either Nicole or Brian, and they told you to stall. And
Yep.
so you told Karen to come pick you up so you guys could go look for John. And you're pretending that didn't happen because you know what it looks like. Like, you have to know what it looks like to try to avoid it or lie about it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because it's one of those get rid of this from our timeline because it doesn't work with everything else we need.
Exactly. Like the texts after 3:02. She doesn't want to say that, like she did in the past. She doesn't want to say that every time she sent a text, she looked outside. So she would look outside. That would prompt her to text something. Now she can't say that because Karen, she knows that Karen had to be out of there because she was home at John's at 12:36. She's just a sketchy bitch. But we're going in circles, like on the same question.
Yeah, well, that's because of her. And then people wonder why she's on the stand for 3 fucking days because she won't answer a question.
I'm sure every question he asks, we're going to have to hear him ask her it no less than 5 times.
Oh yeah, she doesn't want to answer.
Sweet.
A lot of patients having to deal with her. All right, here we go.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report now.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
Oh gosh, of course you are.
You also told.
Okay.
Oh Jesus.
What?
Brennan needs to be heard again. He's catching my witness lying a lot, and I don't think that's fair. Please make it stop.
Correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what your testimony
Miss Reed
told your house. While Proctor. May I?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she may have broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
Oh, now we
But
can talk
in
about what my
fact,
husband said?
You did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
You're a fucking liar.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mhm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at
We can
copy
do
of
this
notes?
all day.
It wouldn't. Just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked. Recommendation.
Right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I did. I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the document away from you. I apologize.
That's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one in your
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see your sidebar for a minute about this?
Oh my gosh. This is very reminiscent of last year with the sidebars.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? We'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here. Can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
%, Joe Schmo. Yeah, we were talking about that, I think, right before you popped in.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please.
Why is she texting her right back when her sister just told her to go get some sleep? Like, we'll talk tomorrow. And then she's like, any update? Like, what did you hear? What do you know? I'm curious if there's anything in here like, oh my God, I can't believe John's dead. I can't believe John's gone. Oh my gosh, the poor kid. Like anything that shows any type of emotion towards the fact that John is dead.
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please.
I remember this one.
Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please.
Why wouldn't you want to text about it?
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay.
Can you go
text
back to
me
the
in-
last one, Tate,
Text me in.
where
Yeah,
she said
that's-
right? I just need the time of it.
8 and then 47 seconds.
Thank you.
It's just like, right. Like, right. I don't want to text about it. Right. Okay. Gotcha. Like, what? I'd be like, why? That's so fucking, why won't you text me about it? Should we use the word nefarious, Jen McCabe?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no I'm here for you if you need to talk, no sorry for your loss, no how are you feeling. It's 100% about getting their story straight. Yeah, like you found a guy dead this morning on my front lawn, like the trauma, like this, like they want to talk about in trial, like we bonded over all this trauma. Nobody in these text messages feels any trauma. Carrie talked to the cops. She kept it simple. I'm sorry, that's a weird fucking convo.
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
I'm at the point where I think she just reads through all of these things to see what they have and how she can overcome it.
Yep.
Like she's not even looking at this. Like I think she's just like, okay, I should say this about this. I should say this about this. No, these folks did not go to the funeral. I believe a couple of them went to the wake, but not Brian Albert. No.
And Karen wasn't allowed because there was a restraining order basically because she had been charged by them.
Right. Karen wasn't allowed to go. No talk about the niece and nephew. You're right. Nothing. Yeah, just like her needing 10 minutes for the FBI. Yeah, she's like, really wish I could call somebody right now. Who can I call? Yeah, this is a lot of text from the 30th.
This is taking too damn long.
I mean, look at all the pages.
8 pages.
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I
McCabe?
do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you
She looks a little scared.
these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
If you just look at the
She's trying to be
first
so
one,
kind
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
ignore
February
the top one.
1st,
The
yeah.
top one has
Mhm.
nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes,
How does this be marked?
say, for identification or in evidence.
Into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Byrne?
Please.
Yes, that can come in.
This doesn't look good for my case, Your Honor. Objection.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to making a big statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from Waterfall.
Oh, sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to.
See the difference in her reaction when she genuinely makes a mistake? Like, that was a genuine mistake. She was just like, yeah, it's next to Waterfall. Like, she's like, wait, yeah. It's not meticulous. She's like kind of goofy and gets a little embarrassed about it.
CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
You know what I noticed?
What does tell them the guy never went in?
That Matt said, tell them the guy never went in the house.
Mm-hmm.
But he was in the house too. So why didn't he say, tell them the guy never came in the house?
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. And why would Chris be telling them anything? Because Chris wasn't at the house.
Yeah. Or asking questions like the news is supposed to know. More than you guys who were there.
Right.
Into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as
Just the
John
guy.
never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
The
John
guy.
O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but
Yeah.
it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
How
Yes.
long?
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
I'm truly not sure. All the rest of the times I tell you stuff, it's not true.
Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please.
I can't stand when they don't show these videos.
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister, Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next
And how are
text,
you
please.
Yeah, I don't understand. Wait. Oh, this is when.
Probably
about
John's
the
phone.
Who's
phone?
it from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
Maybe it is John's phone.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Play it again.
Next text, please.
Wow.
again?
I am.
And 35.
And what's the
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
So pause. So sorry, I'm finishing writing.
No, you're good. Yeah, so they want her to plead out, and this is the first.
So listen, so this is February 1st. She said, yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode. And that's at 4:35 p.m. on the 1st.
Where they've all just decided that this is what happened.
Karen wasn't arrested till 7:40 p.m. 3
Wow.
hours later.
But they're creating all of this timeline and all of this story so that Karen can be arrested.
Yeah.
And then Matt's saying if she just pleads guilty, there won't be an issue. But if she doesn't, like, we're gonna have an episode.
Yeah. So they knew in order to talk about her plea, like her pleading out, they'd have to know she was getting ready to be arrested in multiple hours, which they don't usually tell people.
No.
Cool. Okay. That's bad for them.
But yeah, if they can put it in context for the jury.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed her the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael,
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
Of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please.
Her and Matt are sitting at the dining room table together, no?
Yeah, supposedly.
Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please.
See, we don't get the time. It would be really great if they'd show us these.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please.
Like crime goes.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
Any mysteries?
Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
Yep.
I could hear bits and pieces of it. Yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I
Jerome.
used the word everything, I meant it not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay, next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who is it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Wow.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
Just fucking leave. You don't need to be there, Matt McCabe. And Jesus. He just says, tell him that guy never came in. Tell him, like, I'm going to miss the basketball game because they're investigating the death of somebody.
Mhm.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah, they don't really look like they're in mourning at all.
Nobody seems to give a shit that John's fucking dead.
Nope.
This is so gross.
That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Like, people, even if they thought Karen did it, people would be like, if I had never invited them over, if I had just realized that she was drunk, if I had just known that they weren't getting along, like all the things they try to say, like you'd think that they would even be incorporating that. Like, you know, like you have some type of guilt. Like, I should have just told them to go home. I should have, you know, we shouldn't have had them come over here. You know what I mean? Like,
They didn't care.
no.
And they
don't
also didn't
care
think
at
anybody
all.
would. They also didn't think anybody would ever like read these and it'd be a big deal.
And people wonder, I mean, they wonder why people hate them. Look how this is gross.
It's not nefarious, Teresa. We're just twisting everything they're saying in those texts.
I'm sorry, but that, no. I'm going to miss the basketball game because they're investigating the death of our friend John. Damn.
Who my wife just found his body 12 hours earlier. Not even.
Yeah, and I should, you know, she's so upset because she found her dead friend and she's traumatized. I should probably be consoling her. But no, we're going to sit at the table and we're going to listen in on the police interview of another quote unquote witness.
Oh no, the O'Keefes are not pissed at them at all, Lacey.
Yeah, the O'Keefes fucking love them.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, I don't know about John. I don't know about John's dad, but Peggy, yes. But Peggy is them. They are Peggy.
Because they think Karen did it. Paul and Peggy love these people because Karen did it.
Yep. I think Paul is a mommy's boy, and whatever mommy thinks and says goes. Like, I don't think he has a mind of his own.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Yeah, I love it statement. I love it that she's telling them everything. I love it.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
These text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those
Right, thank
texts
you.
to become public, correct?
Those, I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when
No, you didn't.
the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private text between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that.
Well, I'm going to go back. I want to hear exactly what he said.
Jurors, disregard.
Investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
For any of those texts to become public, correct?
Those, I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private text between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
That's a textbook example of witnesses colluding. I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Let's ask her what she believes colluding is. Well, most of these texts were in the last trial. I mean, I don't think there's many that are new. We knew that they were having this conversation. We knew that they were listening to Carrie. We knew that Matt and her were sitting at the dining room table together while listening and then texting the rest of the family about it. And some jurors still thought she was guilty of at least accidentally hitting him.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
Yes.
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police.
I'm sorry. She just said we were still trying to figure out what happened. No, you weren't. Matt had already said that Karen needed to take a plea deal. You weren't trying to figure out what happened. Matt said she needs to take a plea deal or it'll be an episode. And that was during Carrie talking to the cops. So your conversation with your sister after the cops are gone and she's asking for an update, you guys aren't trying to figure out what happened because you already think you know what happened supposedly. And she needs to take a plea deal. There's going to be an episode.
These interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronological. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
Yeah. That's the comment about that the babysitter with benefits comment. And Jen liked that. She thought that comment was great. So she shared that with everybody. Hi, Charles.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, it's Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lang. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours?
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lang's house for a period of time, correct?
Yeah, that wasn't information that she gave up willingly. She was actually caught over there, and then they figured out that she actually was there and how long she was there. She was caught over there.
I think that's the same thing with the group texts and all that stuff. I think all that was caught by the feds and she was confronted by it.
Well, wasn't she caught over there by Turtle Boy at one point too, a different time?
It was like Jen at Proctor's.
Or was that Proctor's? Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, that was later though.
Because last trial, that was where it got. That's how she got it. That like his Proctor's wife and her were meeting up to talk about the vicious harassment they've been.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lang's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lang's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remember.
There's certain things that stick in my head that I'll never forget. Even
She
though
remembers everything Karen said and did and every move she made, but she doesn't remember any of the other stuff.
At the very beginning, she didn't remember any of that because she never told anybody about it until later. And now she remembers it and she'll never forget it. Hi, Ashley. ATS, do not hold back on your comment. Let it go.
That after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lang's.
Okay, another thing, when she testified the other day was, and maybe I'm wrong on my memory, but was Carrie's son also not in the car with them?
She said he might have been.
But she testified the other day she didn't bring him up.
I don't know. I thought she said it might have been her son too. She couldn't remember.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember her saying that. Okay.
Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lang's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about it.
He just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lang's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You're supposed to be getting
You
more detail.
indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time. Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to her.
Thank you.
Out for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry,
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McLean?
Sure.
It's for identification purposes only, and he's objecting. He doesn't want her to recognize anything on this document.
I was gonna say Brennan's like not liking this, whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, he's not liking the impeachment of his witness. And then it looks like she's colluding with her family to make sure that Karen Reed is going to prison.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize
We don't know what it's a map of
a
yet.
location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
I don't know where he's going with this.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4. Skip over
You're
page
right.
3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay.
Right.
Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location
Wait,
pinpointed
Did
on
she
that?
say what the location was?
For I think hold on.
6,
2, and that is at 5.
that location.
That is also 1/30/2020. They do.
And what's the date and time
What the hell?
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, they do.
And what's the date and time? Do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, they do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
Doesn't
That
say.
is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it.
That's annoying.
This is only
Take a look at page
identification. So
6.
he's going to question her on all this anyway.
Yes,
What is that? Again, what is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the
Oh,
address?
I'm sorry.
Why are you breaking it for me?
That is Fairview, 536.
Circle on my screen instead of Jen.
What?
Okay, that was weird.
You're,
Well,
like,
Jen was
breaking
gone
up.
for a minute. I don't know. There was like circling, but my court TV was not circling.
Well, you're
I am?
breaking up for us. Yeah. Like your voice and the picture and all
Okay.
of it.
Am I still? Am I still right now?
Yeah. Say some more words. Can't hear you saying any words at all.
Okay, I'm gonna leave. I'll be right back.
Okay. I thought it was me over here trying to quickly scribble all this stuff down and I was missing it. And I thought it was my internet. I can't tell if you've left yet and come back. Oh, now it's just me. Now it's not the time. We're getting a bunch of data. Yeah, I think it was T. I think it's her service. She's probably shutting the computer off and coming back. Boy, I've written a lot down. This is one suspicious family, I gotta say. The Sleuthie clock reads 2 p.m. Almost. Well, here anyway. I know, Lacey. I guess the point of it though is like, let's say that the jury doesn't buy into what the defense thinks happened, right? And that like all these people, blah, 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 blah. Don't you feel like at the very least they could decide that like these people being the ones who are the witnesses against her saying she's said these things and he didn't come into the house and stuff, like, don't you think that they find them biased and like unreliable? I mean, this is just Jen. I thought it said white milk and nipples. It says ripples. Are we talking about like chips? Oh, Lacey read it too. It's to say nipples, I think. Good. It's not just me. Yeah, but we don't know. Well, the jury doesn't know anything about the red Solo cups and Stop and Shop bags. And I think that's by design. Although I could see leaving it out up till now if I was somehow going to not be able to call them and that stuff ever come in. But to not have called them by now, like I would have called them as early as possible and hope that they forgot. You know what I mean? That's not something I would want for them to go into the deliberating room and have fresh on their minds. Jen is shady as fuck, just on the stuff we've heard so far.
So weird. I don't know. Am I still spotty?
No, say more words.
Hello, hello.
I mean, you seem fine.
Okay, that's so weird. I don't know what happened.
I thought it was all these devices around me until everybody else said that theirs was messed up too.
Well, no, it was messed up on my end. I'm over here watching it on one screen, but my StreamYard screen shows that it's circling, and I'm like, it's playing fine. So what the? I was like, something's wrong. Okay, I sound better. Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'll back up just a hot second. So
Yes.
Pinpointed on that map as well.
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6. Do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that again? What is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview.
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7. Do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes,
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
that's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36 and this page is 5:40.
Yes,
Okay.
We're there for 4 minutes.
8.
And that's not driving by like she said last year.
Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You did go pick up Nicole, you bitch.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes,
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
it could be with like they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes,
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay. The same address on,
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. As Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that? pinpoint?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10.
Something growling at me?
Do you see yet another pinpointed?
That's her on the mic. I
address?
don't know.
I
Oh.
do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Or Bev on the
Yes,
mic.
it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
Oh.
There's a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah. I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
He had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
Now we know that's a
In
lie.
fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is
Hi, Dante.
what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022. Was
Yep.
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
And you waited till dark.
Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
Oh, did they drop Lexi off at her house? I wonder.
Well, so they went from Meadows to her house and then her house to Lank's house.
No, they went from her
Right,
house to Meadows,
Mhm.
back to her house, to Fairview,
Yep, to
to
Nicole's house.
Lanks, and then to her house. So I'm wondering if she dropped Carrie's daughter off at her house with her 4 daughters and then went to Lanks. Or, well, I'm lying, went to Fairview. 4 minutes is too long of a drive by. I think they picked Nicole up because she did say that they would find out more tomorrow. And I think the 3 of them, Nicole, Carrie and Jen went to lengths alone to get information. That's what I
And Carrie's driving.
Yep.
Um,
And did make a pit stop to 34 Fairview before you went to Michael White's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house.
What?
Spoke to someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you come go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for
What?
minutes.
That's
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
Yeah, I don't believe
I
you.
don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
Don't believe you.
That's before you went to Michael Lang's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lang's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lang's house.
I thought I had. I truly.
wait. So they're going to Michael Lank's house to drop off Carrie's daughter. So Carrie's daughter is still in the car while
Yep.
they're supposedly doing this drive-by.
And staring at the place they just found a dead man. Okay.
Yes, and that Carrie's daughter's in the car while this is all
Exactly.
happening. And I believe Carrie's son is there too, but well, according to Jen, Carrie's daughter is definitely there. So they're
Yeah.
doing all this with Carrie's daughter in the car,
Mhm.
and then heading over to one of the officers' houses that was at the scene,
Mhm.
and not thinking about the case. They're just thinking about dropping off the daughter.
Yeah, I'm not buying it at all. And also the fact that she left out that she went from One Meadows back to her house before going to Fairview and then Lanks. I think that she brought the kid. I think they brought the kid to her house. Otherwise, there was no reason to go to her house, and there was no reason for her to lie about having gone there.
No, and
I
did
think-
Carrie say they did not go past there? I don't
Yeah,
remember that.
She said that doesn't sound right because it wouldn't be on the way. But I think that
I know they said they dropped some of the kids off and left them with John O'Keefe's parents, which I thought was weird. Like their son just died. Why are you
Yeah.
leaving more children in their care instead of taking? Why don't you take one of the kids with you instead of making them responsible for more children when they're grieving their child? The only
Here's
way I
what
can see that being possible is because they're like, you watch the kids. We're gonna go get more info. We'll be
Mhm.
back.
And here's the problem with it is that let's just say she did drop the daughter off at her house, Jen's house, before going over there, then they don't have any other reason to be at Lang's house. Like right now, the daughter is the reason that they're at Lang's house, supposedly.
Right.
So it looks much more purposeful if you find out that she stopped at her house first and could have dropped the kid off there. So that's why she left it out. She's always left from the time she was confronted till now. I mean, she's even now still saying she doesn't remember going to her house.
Yeah, this is so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, woman.
Truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lang's.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Did Carrie deny it in this trial?
Yeah. Up till this point, they've said that they've just like Carrie didn't remember going by there, didn't think that it would have happened because it wasn't on the way. But Jen said they just drove past.
Right.
Well,
I
they were
remember
there
that.
for 2 minutes. So
So Carrie's
That's not
saying it
driving
didn't
fast.
happen.
even at 1 mile per hour, it's not taking 4 minutes to drive past the house.
No, you stopped there. You got something, you did something, you left something. You did
Sure.
something there for 4 minutes.
Thank you.
I like how she
On May
slowly
21st
stopped there.
of
They slowly stopped there.
Yeah.
last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time,
Yeah, they
you
definitely
denied
could have put
all
something
together
there.
Ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Oh,
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by
Stop
is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
with
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said
Carrie's daughter in the car.
that you may even spoke with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here.
Uh-oh.
Tell me you have a phone.
As I
right
sit here today, I'm
Uh-oh.
telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again,
with a
last
kid in the
question on
car.
this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this
Was it
paper
wrong?
said we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again,
your-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
your-
of things from that day are
Shut up.
foggy. Certain things.
Wait, you're not in shock. Let's go back through your fucking text messages where you're sitting there listening to everything that's happening. And you're not in shock these first few days. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
Fucking liar.
Certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors. Correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Except for the first time she forgot them.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Oh,
Isn't
shit.
it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
So the trip to her house, between Meadows and Fairview and then Lanks that she forgot was a 7 minute. So she was in there for 7 minutes doing whatever. In case anybody was curious.
Hold on.
So she remembers the
She was
4
in
minutes. She remembers the 4 minutes that she was out front of 34 Fairview, but she doesn't remember the 7 minutes that she was at her house before she ended up at Fairview.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh, you just broke up. I hope it don't happen again.
Yeah, I don't know. I really am curious. I already said like at the beginning of this too. There's no way I'm going to be able to interpret what the jury is going to say. That one, because we know so much more info, and I just what they are presenting now, I don't know what the jury could see of it. Like, because my head is just full of too much other stuff.
At the very least, surely they can see that she's a liar.
That's, I think, the bottom line is that he has shown that her memory is terrible, or that she's a fucking liar.
Yeah.
And either way, you can't trust anything this woman says. AJ will go down in true crime history for this cross. Can we get copies of all of the signal communication since this trial has started? You know, they aren't texting anymore. Right. I'm trying to consider that not all jurors' brains work like many of ours do, sleuthishly. I'm hoping there are some, because if they are, Jen has completely lost any credibility. Others may by shock, by her lies, by her bullshit.
Place to take a
It
break.
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
Our morning
15, 20 minutes,
recess.
we'll see you back. And Ms. McCabe, again, if you
Appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank
Tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you.
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls.
All right.
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here.
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again,
right.
you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document?
You're breaking up for me again.
The next line down, or the next phone call from with that number?
You're breaking up for everybody now.
Easy.
Excuse me?
I only object in form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is record. I'm just
I feel like I'm having
You
the
are.
same issue. Do you want to switch to yours?
Yeah, I can.
I
Where
know you have to leave though.
I have to leave at 4. I don't know if you're even hearing me.
I'm fine, or I'm a problem.
No, it's a big problem. I can't even tell if you can hear me or or if you're answering me, I can't hear you.
I can hear you. You can't hear me. -208. -208.
Okay, hold on. -208. Oh, I didn't realize she wasn't here. Hold on, people. All right. Can we see?
Yes.
Can we hear?
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
I think I need to go back. I don't remember hearing that. It might have been when she broke up.
Data coming.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's.
Just the question where you're incorporating several things.
Fine, then that'll speed things
Is
along.
that
I
the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
They call each other on Valentine's Day? What?
I don't, am I looking at the second one or
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th.
What?
At about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th, at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st, at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you.
Those.
And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st
Yep.
between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that
Girl,
doesn't,
shut
and that
up.
may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September, October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked.
This bitch want to bring up the harassment. I bet you. That's what she was talking to him for, is the harassment. She wanted to talk to him about Turtle Boy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with
T, did you see they spent like 17 minutes on the phone on Valentine's Day?
No, her and Proctor did?
Mm-hmm.
Goes back to what ATS said earlier in chat.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the kicker is she doesn't talk to Higgins at all ever again. Correct. Once at the wake, and that was it. Never talks to him again. Higgins has been banished.
Trooper Tully, you were
What the hell?
They made BFF bracelets together.
Specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Like Jackson was going somewhere, but he lost it.
Oh, she acts like she hasn't drank water all year. What was with the weird
Interview
side
with
of the
Trooper
lips?
Tully in that fall of
Well, she's
2023.
trying
Where
really
did that
hard
take
to
place?
not go off on him.
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question. And
So that's not really what he's asking. He's not saying whether the guy lied or not. He's saying, you're telling me you didn't say this and that's written in this report. So is the report incorrect?
Or are you?
Yeah.
And
Was
is
this written down
everybody's
in
report
something, or-
incorrect? Like every
Right.
officer you spoke to, Prince, Tully, Proctor, every officer you
Right.
spoke to wrote down the wrong things. You never said those things.
Right. So I don't know why she's not letting him. I don't know what's going on here.
Move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior.
Okay.
Well, it was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do
She
you
never
deny,
answered it.
as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully
Fuck
that
you,
quote that I
Beverly.
just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
When did she answer the
Let's
question?
talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th,
She didn't.
2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bad.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Oh, here comes the butt dials.
Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up,
So therefore,
12:41 in 10
um,
seconds.
Whiffen is a liar.
There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed.
Not to mention, these can't be butt dials because you're not leaving any voicemails. You're hanging up and then you're calling again and again and again and again.
Right.
I mean, it's a lie.
You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50.
Butt dials have entered the chat.
You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being
You were
with family.
texting him. You
So
were
if I
texting him
inadvertently
too.
called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know
According to
about
the
these
record.
calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct. But I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction. correct?
Yep.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Please.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that
You are too.
at the last hearing a year ago?
Yes,
Whether
you
or
were.
not those
Yes, you
phone
were.
calls actually exist on your phone logs.
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
You don't remember him saying they were deleted?
He knows it.
They had to get them from John's
When
phone.
you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that
Yeah,
iPhone
disagree.
It's very
requires
common in
a biometric
Canton.
or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
and your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often do you make phone calls? Mr. McCabe?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
And if it happened all the time, then we would be seeing a record of that. And there's not.
Right. And why are the calls missing from her phone? If it's happening,
Exactly.
it's just butt dials. Like, so I talked about this last year when this came up, but so a lot of people think like, cause it's an iPhone, it has the lock and so on and so forth. I will tell you, my mother is 78 years old. Well, just for context purposes, that woman will butt dial everybody all the time. And she has an iPhone. She has one of the newer iPhones, and the woman still manages to butt dial people constantly. I don't know how. It makes no sense to me, but she does it.
But this woman did it 7 times and then removed them from her to where they had
And
to
then
get them
remove
from
them from her
John's.
phone. Yes. Yes.
And a normal butt dial, like you said, unless you catch it, it's going to go to voicemail. Like Karen's
Right.
did when she tried to call him and then she left, and then it cuts you off at 4 minutes.
Right. So she not only butt dials, but she butt hangs up.
Yep.
Because like when my mom does butt dial me, I just hang up the call. I say hello twice.
Exactly.
She doesn't answer. I'm like, all right, whatever. And I hang up the call. Otherwise, I would just sit on the phone or it would be on my voicemail, which I do have voicemails from her butt dials.
Right. There's no
Aw,
voicemails.
Thomas. I feel you. I feel you, Thomas. Yeah.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
Correct. Not yet.
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Phone, right?
hmm
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's the
accidentally
question.
hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John.
Mother, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
You want to approach?
Okay.
Yeah, Bev's letting her do way too much.
No shit. Like that, like she needs to be defended, so she's allowing this woman to defend herself when
And
it's
that
all
happens to
bullshit.
you. Is that right? Message.
Yep.
We're only the question.
Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes. Sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial,
Mhm.
scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way. Yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show. Yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does. Yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. Now, actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about?
The morning of
Let
the
me
29th,
rephrase
you
the
idiot.
question.
Okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home then?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
Here comes a Google
You
search.
went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone,
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball.
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
Yeah, come on, man.
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
Ooh.
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know.
Oh,
I can't
my
read.
God.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know
know.
that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms.
Just
McCabe.
a Google search.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search?
We're going to get there.
2:27 a.m. on your phone.
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh my God.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
No matter
Are
what.
you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have
Oh
no
my
idea what
God.
time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled,
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
By the
Yes.
feds. The
I mean,
feds
police
asked you.
have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
Yep.
I've been asked by you.
And the feds.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did.
So then
It's
how
not
do you
one
know
I
you
did.
did
It's just
Hockamock
one that is in a
Ozone?
record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search?
Here's the problem. She's fucked, right? Because she's sitting
Yeah.
here pretending like she has no clue, but she knows that she Googled at that time Hockamock Sports and Ozone.
Yes,
She's
I'd say I
fucked.
know that now after being questioned about this about searches on my phone at 2:27. I do know I performed Google searches at 2:27 in the morning.
She literally is handling this worse than the first time. And now his voice is raising. So this is about to get real good because this is too much.
Search at 2:27 a.m.
If you could show me this Google search, I'd
God.
appreciate it.
I have a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make aware. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking,
If what?
have you take a recess. So the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue. Yeah.
Take a look at something that we display on the screen.
So they had to go
And
print
ask you a
it.
couple of questions about that. Can you?
I don't remember it, Dante. I don't remember it before.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the
look,
same
you're-
ring.
Delana, I have not heard that,
I
but
object to the way it's presented here.
who knows?
Okay. Take it down.
Why?
Why did we
It's
put
not
it down?
how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
What?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
I'll see
record.
counsel at sidebar.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What? Go back.
What
I want to
does
see
she
how it
want
appears.
us to get rid of? We don't see it. It barely comes into focus.
That's not how it. Okay. Take it
Right there,
down.
pause it.
Can't see that.
That's not okay.
I object to the way it's presented.
So there's this.
Yeah, timestamp. That's the Celebrite report.
This is one search. So what's she talking about? Take a search away.
Yeah, take away a
It's
column.
literally only
Is that
one.
not how it appears? That is exactly
Oh,
how it
I wonder if
appears.
she wants. I wonder if she wants the deleted column to go away. I bet you.
Oh, because that's because of the new Celebrite rules.
Well, let's see. I bet you.
Because after
Otherwise, what would she do?
that, they went and
Okay.
changed that.
Take it down. So
Oh shit!
Wow. Bev, you she's got some problems, man.
She's such a bitch.
Thank you.
Wow.
Let's see what happens.
go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
No. Do you recognize this? Only for identification purposes to make her memory work.
May I approach?
Yes.
Is she gonna let him publish it to the jury?
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that.
Oh,
I asked you
I love
a
it.
yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record. I'll look.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the
At some
question?
point.
Let's start with that.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? or no?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3
Liar.
months between this incident
A
and
liar.
the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, she's not
Jurors,
supposed
feel
to
free to stand
know.
up
Does
and
she
stand.
know or not? I bet she does.
I don't know. That's what I wondered. Does she know? Are we
I
gonna?
kind of
Is
hope she
doesn't
doesn't
want.
know.
He doesn't want to find out. whether she knows or not, because
Like,
it could go bad either way. Yeah, Carrie Roberts last trial
Just one-
said she did know. This trial doesn't know.
Yeah.
Because it was proven that Carrie was doing something else
So,
entirely at the time.
Just
this
one
supposedly
question
happened.
on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware?
Just one question on this, Mr. Jackson. Okay, are you gonna fucking make her answer?
Any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
Or audio?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right?
She was
Did you
last year
understand
for
that?
you.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister
one that's in-
Denise
What's your last
I don't know
name?
if that's.
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Oh.
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Oh my God. What is about to happen?
I don't know.
Because I'm wondering if something's about to happen, like, oh my God, my head is spinning. He's having her point her sister out like she's the defendant. This is craziness. I wonder if they're gonna say, is she giving you signals because she memorized the timeline? Like what is about to happen?
Right.
Oh my God, what is happening? Hold on.
Galvin.
She
Oh my
here?
God.
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Oh my God.
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
Oh my God.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
Oh my God.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And
Well,
the
yeah,
reason,
because if that's not true, then you incriminated yourself. Durr.
that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
Yep.
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize?
Yes. I've been saying that since minute one. They told her I'm sorry over and over again are purposeful. Oh, I'm glad he called that out.
Somebody.
Oh, I'm glad.
No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question?
Yep.
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
Oh my God, did they count
I
it?
didn't count.
Oh my God, did they count it?
More than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Existing. Yep, sure was.
Have you ever been confronted with
She's
having
sustained.
deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Oh
Yes.
my God.
I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him. He never came home.
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Of course.
So if we could,
Ironic.
I would ask that we queue up.
But like you don't remember the specifics of what were said, but you remember specifically that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
3 times. I'll
And
never
Google
forget it.
hypothermia. And is this blood on my hands from my period? Like what? She's
Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
she's evil.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
She don't have no damn dementia.
Well, this is what I was saying. If there's the dash cam should pick up her asking her to Google it, because it supposedly happens in the back of Seraph's vehicle.
100%.
It never happens.
I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played?
And here's my argument to her. It don't matter if you can fucking hear her say it or not. Can you hear Seraph say what happened? Because if you can, there's audio. You should have been able to hear her asking you to Google search. You should, I'm sorry, but in my opinion, you should also hear the screaming of the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. But at the very least, the Google search.
Shit, I was talking. Sorry, I was muted, but I was talking. Last year they said, and they played this. They said you could hear her. You could hear Karen Reed asking, "Is he dead?" on the Dashcam video.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, like, it's proof that you can hear Karen talking. but yet you don't hear her say any of the things that Jen McCabe says she said.
Yeah, like we can hear her screaming right here.
Right.
And supposedly she was running around screaming this same exact way the entire time everybody was there.
Except for when we see her just standing in the circle of the 4 people with Seraph, Katie,
Yeah.
Jen, and her are just standing there. Karen's not running anywhere.
Yeah.
She's not even moving. Seraph actually has to ask her to move when Good shows up.
Yeah.
So she doesn't get hit by Good's car. So she's not even running around fucking crazy. I mean, she is right here at the beginning, but not the entire time.
Oh, we get her back after lunch too. Oh, she's still, yeah. Oh, Hank's. Okay. So
To get recrossed
they're in
or
redirect
redirect.
right now. Yeah.
Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Miss Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Miss Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear you.
And I just want to say, when he pulls up and gets out, Jen McCabe is standing her happy ass right there, just standing up. She's not giving compressions. She's not on the ground with John. She's standing there.
Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
You said
It's
Carrie.
a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the 3 of you, Miss Reed and Miss Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Miss McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute.
I know where we're going.
Court's permission?
Yes.
He's going to show right now that she followed different officers around, was telling them everything, didn't really pay any attention to John, turned her back to John every time she could, that she made a point to talk to every single officer that was on scene and tell them her story. And Carrie really didn't, like, ever.
You pause
Right.
this. Do you recognize the 3 individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it.
What cop is it?
Seraph.
Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please.
This is over. Carrie's on the phone over here.
Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out now.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer. Yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Ooh.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement. Yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can. Yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
Yeah, Carrie's over here doing blankets. That was Karen.
Mm-hmm.
In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
You.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can.
Oh
I
my
was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay.
Why?
Can we go to runtime 1049? So from 1049 to 1155, Mr. Wolk?
Yeah, I'm gonna spread the
Pause
word.
it.
That's Bev saying that she
Who is it
deserves to
that's
be the
just
defendant.
gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
What are you saying, Jen?
Yeah, Carrie's over here getting in and out of her car. Nothing to do with the cops. Not talking to the cops at all. Jen is just like all up in the mix. Jeez.
She like follows the police around. She doesn't let them get out of her way. Like she has to tell them everything.
Right.
None yet.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Mm-hmm.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk.
Why is she calling him Mr. Wolk? I thought he was Mr. Wolf this entire time. Has he been saying his name wrong and he just like reminded them yesterday their day off?
Woke?
Wolk?
Wolk? Wolk?
Reminds me of my kid. When my kid says New York City, he says New Yolk, like yolk, like egg.
Oh, Mr. Yoke?
Yeah, New York City. I'm like, it's not yolk, it's York. And he's like, no, they literally say New York.
New York.
Yeah,
They don't
he's
say
saying it
R's.
like an accent.
Well, Jeremy doesn't say his R's well, so he always sounds like he's from Boston. So like we use him as like a what do they call him, a one-trick pony when we go places, and we're like, tell people that they need to go park their car in their garage.
Oh my god.
He's like, you need to go park your car in the garage.
Oh my god. We're gonna give them complexes.
Probably, but it's funnier than shit. He's like, park your car. Go park your car. I'm like, you've never even been to Boston. Why do you talk like you're from there?
He's gonna develop it. He's gonna sound like a Bostonian Californian,
Yeah.
a mix of the two.
Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them.
I mean, Jen, we know what you were doing. See, Karen gets put in the back of Carrie's car.
Schwartz, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
Wait, is that Katie?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Oh,
Go ahead and play it.
Now you're telling Mike Blank everything. So the ambulance is leaving. Look at all those lights and shit. You mean to tell me that nobody, like, after all this time, that didn't catch anyone's eye inside 34 Fairview? It would light your whole bedroom up red.
Oh shit, I'm over here just talking on mute. God damn it.
I had a feeling.
Yeah. I was saying, there goes John. There goes the ambulance. But what
Carrie.
timestamp is this? Did you hear me talking about the timestamp or no? Was I on mute that whole time?
Nope.
Okay, so
Yep.
is it 6:27 on the timestamp right now? And didn't she make the Google searches supposedly at 6:23, 6:24?
Yeah.
Did they show 6:23, 6:24 to her? Like to show that she's not with Karen in the back of this car? I'm trying to find the.
It's so blurry on my.
I think it's 6.
It looks like 6:28 on my
now.
phone, but it's very blurry. But I don't know if that's because I'm not moving on my phone. Oh, now it is.
Yeah, it was 6:27 when the ambulance drove away. But so she should have already done the Google searches.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the full one.
Yeah. So we missed it. I'm assuming we missed the block. But no, because we haven't been watching it for 5 minutes. Like, I don't think this has been 5 minutes of footage so far. It's hard when we don't know what we're supposed to be looking at. But the point of the matter is, in all of this time, she's been with police officers telling them stuff.
Right.
So, and not Karen, not with Karen. And Carrie was supposedly the one in charge, but she's not talked to them like at all, really. Oh, for sure. Even with blinds and curtains, those lights would light up your whole bedroom. The hell's that?
Yeah, just a moment.
There's something going on at the courthouse. I don't know what.
Who are they looking at? Oh, you got called out, ma'am. You tried to be small in between them two men, but she pointed you out.
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? between and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
You
Did
turned
you
your back
notice
on him.
what your reaction was when that gurney passed
Mhm.
you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely?
Sure did.
Mr. O'Keefe? As he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Oh, bullshit.
Mr. King,
How old are eyes?
when you got to
FYI,
the scene,
Jen does
take
get
it
finished today.
when you got to the scene at
Another witness
6:03
on
in
the
the
stand
morning,
now.
you immediately
She what?
I said Jen does finish today.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another
recognized,
witness
did you
on the
not,
stand now
that this
from
was
the
an
crime lab.
emergency situation, high intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a
Oh.
friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds.
And yet a first responder was mere 80 feet away, and all you had to do was run in the house and scream for him to come out and help.
Multiple, because remember
And
the
right?
one across the street is also was the what assistant? That's not the right word. The
Oh, another police officer. Yeah, across
Yeah.
the street. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
but
two
let's
cops.
just say she didn't know
cops.
that person and didn't want to wake them up. Like, yeah.
right.
But, you know, the door was unlocked. You could have ran inside and you could have begged him to come out and help. Instead,
Yep,
you got on the
and
phone
did
with 911 and you declined to do CPR.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
God.
I
good
needed
job.
to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was
You-
the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
It sure would have.
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Yeah, but not.
Do you think that might have been something important?
Let's be so for real. Like, let's just be so for real. Yeah, 911 comes to help everybody. Yes, they do.
You know
But
how
they're
many
gonna come
cops would have been
quicker
pouring in?
if it's an officer.
Yep.
I mean, it's just
It's a
ridiculous.
totally
to even
different. It's a
suggest that they
totally
wouldn't.
different code if you have an officer down. It's a totally different code for an officer down.
And as someone who is in a police family, you're not going to tell me you did not know that. By you, I mean Jen. You're not going to tell me that she didn't know that.
To relay to the 911 officials.
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact
Let's
answer.
listen.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't.
No, actually, she said no. And then she said, I think he's gone. I think he's dead. That's way different than we're not professionals.
Say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
Wasn't she a teacher?
I have a question, Miss.
Yeah,
McCabe.
kindergarten.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road
Brian.
who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew
Wait.
how to deal with.
Wasn't Nicole also previously a nurse, or was she always just a lunch lady? Why do
I
I
don't
feel like she
remember.
said she was a nurse? Or
He
wait,
might have been.
I know Sarah Levinson's a nurse, but I feel like I hear Nicole saying about a nurse, being a nurse. I think she was a nurse and then became a lunch lady. I'm pretty sure. So that would be two people.
A code for officer down in Massachusetts is a 1013. And a code for an
Which is the best
unresponsive person is a 1080 or a 1033.
Okay.
So for like unknown would be a 1099. So if they don't know how bad the situation is. So 1013 would change the outcome of the call.
I mean, just the fact that it has its own code means that it's a different level and priority for them.
Correct.
Obviously.
100%.
I mean, it's not bad. It's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like,
So I'd be curious if we went back to the 911 call, what code they used, a 1080 or a 1033, which would be fire emergency, which is who ends up showing up, is the fire truck and the ambulance.
I think I have the report.
I'd be curious what they did. So a 1013 is officer down.
Well, we know she didn't tell them he was an officer.
Right.
So that's not going to be it.
And it's 1013 is code that serves as an alert for other officers to respond to a situation where an officer requires immediate help.
Oh, and in fact, though, she did tell them that he was a police officer once they were already there.
Well, yeah.
Because Sarath asked if he was like on drugs, basically. And she said, no, he's a police officer.
Right.
Someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the
Getting him
focus.
help.
How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was
Wait.
30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house.
Wait a minute. Maybe he was referring to John. Or wait a minute. Did he just say John was in the house? You were just with him hours earlier, or did he say Brian?
I thought Brian.
Why did I
go
hear
back.
John?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the
Oh, okay.
house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his
Phew. I guess John. I guess I'm more focused on John than she was. I thought he said John. I was about to say, oh my God, she just admitted to it without realizing it. Ooh, my heart. Sorry.
window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
I'm sorry. I really hope that he says Yet you told the 911 office or the 911 dispatcher that you thought John was already dead and gone, and that CPR was like that you declined CPR. I really hope he says that.
Correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that
And
there were
getting
warm
Brian.
blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes, there were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those weren't-
still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions.
No, you
So I
didn't.
felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house
How can I help John?
But you
Get a
did
first
pull out your
responder
cell
that'll do
phone.
CPR.
and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my
Okay.
sister, yes.
So now she
Why?
can't say that she didn't think of going inside because she thought of calling her sister. She called her twice.
That's right.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you. In those
Absolutely.
precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John.
Only one person can do chest compressions at a time. So if Carrie said to you, do the chest compressions, yell to Carrie, run to the house and tell Brian to come out. Or
Okay, but
Carrie
make it
do
make
the chest
sense.
compressions and you run
At
it.
6:07 and 6:08, she's calling her sister. Seraph arrives at 6:10 and she's not performing
She's
CPR.
standing there.
So from
Correct.
6:08 and a half to 6:09 and a half, she does CPR. Like make that make sense to me because she's not performing CPR when Seraph gets there.
She did not do CPR. She was the only one of the three who had no blood on her. She couldn't explain giving him the CPR. She didn't do it. Nobody's going to tell me she did CPR. She did not.
No, she thought he was dead. She wasn't doing
She thought he
CPR.
was dead, and she told the people on 911 that exact thing.
Yep.
On getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered.
They
correct?
were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
Or I don't know.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that.
What about beep the horn a bunch? Start blowing on the horn. Wake somebody in the neighborhood up.
She
No.
didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
Come on, bitch.
I'll
Really?
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there
Yeah, Nunya, scream help. Real loud till somebody comes
Right.
outside. Somebody's
No,
going to
she's
come outside.
whispering.
was
She's
a-
whispering.
Yeah, she's whispering in the phone, talking to 911 and everybody else. Yeah, no, sorry.
a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
How'd you know your sister wasn't in there dead?
Why not call her husband? This is the same issue I had when they called. If they thought that John walked home with Chris Albert, they called Julie and then she doesn't answer and they leave it. Nobody bothers to call Chris Albert. Same thing
Right.
here. Nobody bothers to call Brian Albert. But every other circumstance around anything that happens in this case, she calls Brian Albert as one of her very first people.
Well, she
Now,
and
she
she
doesn't
does
call
call him.
Nicole. She calls Brian. But she can't call Brian this morning.
She does call him at 6:23, right before her Google searches, and he doesn't answer. But I do think that that's where he's going. Is how did you know that your sister, your
nephews, your brother-in-law were not in there dead too. Not answering. You've called now 3 times, 507, 607, 608. How'd you know they weren't dead?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril?
There you
Did you
go.
think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
Yep.
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
Yep.
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked tail
No,
light.
ma'am.
She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime
No.
right then and there.
Go
You
ahead.
solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because
Okay, what if he went crazy and he went in after you left and he killed them all, and then and Brian, I don't know, stabbed him or something, or hit him in the back of the head with something, and then he wandered out?
She didn't have to go in the house because she already knew what happened to John.
100%.
And she knew that the Alberts were fine.
It sounds like he's clapping or smacking the table or something. Let's see.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
the reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better.
Yep.
You knew better.
Yep.
You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
Nope.
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to
How'd
do
you
with
know?
anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened,
Yep.
didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
Oh,
All right. Cheers. Lunch and break. Let's take.
you didn't see any taillight though, did you, Miss McCabe?
Nope,
When you were
she
on
sure
your knees trying to give
didn't.
him CPR?
She's trying really hard to try to throw something in there. Oh man.
Wow. Had taillight laying next to him. Bitch. That's exactly right. You didn't go in and check on them because you knew what happened. You knew they were fine. Just like you told 911 that he was dead already. Because you knew that too.
All right. So council wanted to see me here or at sidebar.
Do
I
it
have no
here.
preference.
All right. If it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right. So I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in.
That's a new one. The other
In
one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15. There's an objection to them. All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
Just to clarify, it's not that we object to element, it's that they're incomplete, so.
Incomplete.
Finish your answer, so we're just asking that it be extended so you can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips, so there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right. So the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too. I haven't seen-
Then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's not
Okay.
going to conflict with
I
us.
haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones
Oh.
that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have,
Right.
Ms. Little. I need that to review
yeah.
this weekend. All right. Anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Second issue is I look like a rat.
Can we
and
get on
people
with
are making
this?
fun of me.
Look at Carl sitting there now. Paul's like, I can't stare at Karen, so Carl, you need to sit right there and stare at Karen.
Yep. And the ex-girlfriend. That's why I'm like, that's weird.
Jen's sister.
Our TV's zooming in on her. That's funny. What are you talking about, Yannetti?
Watch yourself, Mr. Yannetti. Yannetti hasn't done anything yet, has he? Or
Yeah,
he did one. He did
He did one.
Whitley.
Yeah. Lolly comes up again with the next witness. We get some more what if any.
God.
Yeah, that's the sister, Chelsea. That's Jen McCabe's sister who wrote the timeline for her and Carrie so that they could just talk back and
Yep.
forth, and she was like the scribe. Is Jackson going to let it end like that? That's the forensic person from the lab. Knowles, Knowles.
I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left.
Beverly,
Mr.
shut up.
McCabe, please.
What happened? Was it too long of a lunch?
He's just a time waste. Yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
I
Thank
wanted
you.
to ask her how often
I'll
she goes to
talk to you
church.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
Is he going to try to say that it didn't wake them up either? Because the defense literally has a photo and the neighbor on the witness list for the defense at the house directly next to 34 Fairview where it did wake them up and they took a photo. So I hope he's not about to go there right now for his sake.
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Glenn.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once?
I don't know that that's true because we just heard yesterday that she suspended her interview with the FBI. Or do they not count to Hank?
Refused to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam,
Yeah.
to pick on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
The form.
Move along.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection.
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Glenn.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So
I'm
then,
testifying from my own memory.
so then why did police even bother writing the fucking reports to begin with?
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared.
I want to let you all guess before I go ahead and tell you the answer. When you're nervous, anxious, scared, just found a dead body, it's somebody who is your friend and you're only thinking about them. What do you reckon your heart rate's going to go up to? Like a guess. So if your resting heart rate is 60, if we're guessing, normal, what do you think it's going to be? How fast do you think your heart's going to... I'm trying to think of maybe about 110, maybe a little higher. Like when you're considering, 120 probably seems more reasonable to me. 350 is pretty good. Obviously not, but the 120, probably. I'm just thinking, like, let's say you get to 130 when you're doing cardio, right? Maybe 120, 130. 110 to 130. Would you expect it to be 91
uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection.
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that though. Were you with the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think you're
Oh, and in fact, her heart rate does go up as high as we all expect it to 122, but that's not until John's gone and she's inside 34 Fairview with her family and the police are there talking to them.
your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
Work on
You
time.
weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
She texted her and said, well,
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
Yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, she said they drove down that way. But that's different than stopping for 4 minutes.
Okay. You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
Right. So your answer is not really.
Yep.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lank's house
yes.
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes? You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes.
Okay,
What's-
he is not about to try to say that there were like texts in between those texts that mess up what they actually mean, is he? Because that's not true. They're literally like one after the other. Is he for real? Oh, you asked me the timestamp. I didn't even see. I don't know.
That's fine.
Like, I don't know. How do you tell which one you're at right now? Oh, wait a minute.
I just kind of go to it.
Some miss.
They have a sidebar coming up, so I'll just switch then.
Well, coming up when? Oh, right. Like right
thing
now?
couple
you were
minutes.
shown.
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
Oh my God.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
You don't believe so?
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
How do you know?
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
Except for a show
I
he
did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Warren.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because
Oh.
Miss Reed said he didn't.
So she didn't know that he was dead because she tried to call him, but Karen calling him 50 something times means that she somehow knew he was dead.
Correct.
come home.
She didn't say like, where are you? She said, please answer. And then she said, we need to find you.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Oh, this has to be really brief.
I was going to say, are we going to, oh, this is a sidebar. Are you going to switch? I'm assuming this is where they're going to try to get in that she says like, oh, I feel so bad for the kids.
This number's, I won't read it. This number on top, whose number is that?
That is mine.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Carrie?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We didn't even look at no text to Carrie. Why are we looking at text to Carrie right now?
Because this will reflect that she was in a tough state of mind.
Oh. Not that she was trying to make Carrie get on her side and make her feel bad, right?
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
Did he read it?
That's why I'm like, did I go
And,
too far ahead?
The
Because I'm sure that
response
was the
in this
sidebar.
text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you.
Well, how many sidebars were there? Hold on. Maybe I was at the wrong sidebar. Let's see.
Because I didn't hear him read nothing.
Me either. This might be the
All
right.
right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not
They go right back to sidebar.
that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Jeez.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Sustained.
No, but she has to delete stuff.
Voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Well, she didn't.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages
That's not
from
true,
that
though.
morning.
She asked if she could delete the stuff with her daughters.
Yeah, and then also her further records were requested, and no, she did not voluntarily hand them over.
Yeah. Bullshit.
And the next day, you were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
John. How do I know that and you don't, bitch?
She's like, I don't remember the exact time, but that's what the report says.
I'm sorry. Where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Didn't he ask about text messages and now he's bringing up a phone call?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
it's supposed to be off your
This
memory.
number. This would be the call.
Okay. Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay.
Oh, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay.
Thanks. Sorry.
He's fine with that because he wants to testify. He's like, yeah, let me just say all the things.
Mm-hmm.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer.
How is a phone call a text
John
that says
O'Keefe.
please answer?
It's not. He's saying it wrong. He's just an idiot. He doesn't know what a text message is.
Jesus Christ.
Surprised he didn't bring up her healthcare data.
Oh God, I hope not. I can't.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
Why don't you ask him where he is then?
459-49. Number 18, Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
Yeah, we're not worried.
Still didn't ask where he was.
40. Number 19, please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Still don't ask where he's at.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon.
Huh?
You know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
What?
Do you remember what you were thinking when you were making these?
Trying to find
phone
people.
calls
I'm
like
trying to call
text messages?
people so that
To a number you don't know?
one.
What?
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
What?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
He's got everybody lost.
In the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
No, I have no idea where he is.
So why don't you ever ask him where he is?
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update.
Mm.
What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48.
What? What is he doing?
I don't even understand what's happening right now.
I believe That may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about
You
your
believe?
relationship with Carrie Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Yes.
Yes, very much so.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
How many times since this day she found him has she told friends she misses him?
Yeah. 0.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Not you. Not you,
No.
Jen.
Carrie would say that.
Kerry.
Yeah.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
No, that's not her state of mind. That's Carrie's.
Yeah,
168.
seriously. Did she even say me either? Or anything?
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean?
129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
Why the fuck does he keep saying calling?
Objections noted. Next question.
Oh,
Come to cyber.
Now we're back again doing this. See, this is the one I skipped to because I didn't realize we were having multiple.
Yes, it is.
To carry.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so he did read it about seeing him in the snow. He says, I'm not going to read it again.
but that was from Carrie seeing him in the snow.
Right.
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Miss Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
She's agreeing with Carrie.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Miss Roberts to you. You were also, this is awful, Jen. I'm in shock.
Why are we allowed to get in her text messages right
Number
now?
170.
But
This
this is
one is
all
from Miss Roberts.
This is all Jen responding to what Carrie's mindset is. Not Jen initiating that this is her mindset at all. She's just playing along with Carrie's mindset. Because Carrie's the one who said, I can't stop seeing him in the snow, which I absolutely believe.
And then Jen says every time she thinks about it, she wants to vomit.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Who the hell?
You know what, Kat? I don't know. Maybe. I don't watch all of his, so and then sometimes I just watch like spots of it just to see kind of what's going on. But
See you. 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
I'm literally having wine. Don't know what to do. Calm down.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22 from you to Miss Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Miss Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Miss Roberts, 2:14:15, 129.22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129.22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
It's so frustrating. ATS, I'd be drinking too if I was lying.
That day, did you have to
Yes.
speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Thanks, Mav.
Number 208
Yeah.
or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207, do you know who that's from?
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129, 34206. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
To be fair, all this would still be true if she knew what happened.
Number 210.
Did Broken Baker's peeps come in? It doesn't tell me that on StreamYard, so I didn't see it. But people are saying hi to Broken Baker's peeps. So hi, everybody who's popping in.
I love him.
We love him.
43340, 12922.
Oh, and something about authenticating, like two people to authenticate. Well, the frustrating part about that is they got all the ones in with her, Matt. The defense got the ones in with her, Matt, Nicole, and Brian, and no, there was no two people there either. So I'm not really sure what they're following with that, but normally that's the protocol. Or maybe he's just saying, hey, I didn't object to them doing it, so you know, it is what it is. Hi, tax cut.
You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
No, they
You
were
know
all
who that is?
screenshots. No?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay.
The way they
And
look,
this
I thought
text
they were
message,
screenshots.
is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, the legend.
My
Maybe I'm
mind is
wrong, Dad.
racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
No, maybe I'm wrong, Kat.
213. This is on 12922 at 43820. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 12922, 44038. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yeah,
Yes.
nothing about
And
being
this is
sad,
at
though, Ems.
44038 at 12922.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296.
I mean, if someone had told her not to talk to her family, do you think she would have listened?
No.
You know what I mean? Like, what does it matter that no one told you? Like, and also, Brian is a cop. He knows this. He doesn't need to be told.
Right. I'm actually surprised that Jackson doesn't do more on recross. He must feel like he did good enough to like send her on her way. That she's a liar and everybody's going to see it. And Kat, that's a great point too. They were offered for her state of mind, which I do think they objected to, and that's why they went to sidebar. And then she had to give the instruction.
6:50.
Nobody supported Karen.
Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, John, have a good day.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298.
Maybe that doesn't make any sense.
707. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
He's reading all these other people's text messages, like all out of order. And so, like, I don't understand what the purpose of this is. The last two that he just read made no sense.
But he wants to offer her state of mind, but that's what I was saying earlier is when he's doing it, he's reading these other people talking to her and then her responses to these other people.
Right.
Like there's no conversation where she initiates saying, I'm struggling here. I can't get the picture of him in the snow out of my head. Like she's not initiating any of those conversations at all. Somebody texts her and then she agrees with whatever the hell they're saying. And like, I don't remember which one of you guys just said it. One of you guys just said it, but it was that she is not, there's no sadness. It's all about sickness. No sadness.
Exactly.
Sickness.
Yep.
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
Well, it wasn't much, Jen. Also, how do we know that she's even
That's the
talking?
best she could. She didn't even bother to go in and get the first responder. She doesn't do CPR. She
how do
doesn't
we-
bother to tell the 911 operator that it's her friend who's a Boston cop who's unresponsive in the snow. She doesn't. She did her best. I mean, that's pretty fucking sad.
How do we even know that they're talking about this incident in these messages? He's reading them from all over the place. It could have been, you did your best to wipe your ass, but it's still itchy. Maybe use wipes next time. Like, we don't know. I mean, they're just bizarre, random. It's just weird.
Well,
Don't beat
because
yourself up, you did good.
the thing is the jury's not going to understand the difference, but they did. Bev put in the instruction that it's not for the truth of the matter; it's for her mental state at the time.
Like maybe she was constipated, and when she left the bathroom, she was like,
She's obviously she had to go potty at Link's house.
I could see her and her sister having a thing like that where she's like, Coco, I didn't poo poo. And she'd be like, oh, don't beat yourself up. You tried your best.
You did a good job.
Yeah. She don't feel guilty. She's trying to, right now, she's trying to gain sympathy with these random texts that he's reading from mostly other people. Not even her.
Bev is allowing.
Yeah.
I hope the jury sees it.
In just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 12922 at 8:01 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
You continued texting with her?
Grilled cheese.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
You turn to number 761, please.
761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, isn't that interesting?
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st.
Did she say why?
2022. And this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
She's just going along with whatever he says.
This is what he wants. He wants to sit in the witness stand. He wants to testify.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media?
Look at her looking at him.
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
Assisting.
So on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
mhm.
Now he's just keeping her company right there.
It's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then
Peggy was over there?
1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32.
I can't hear him.
You text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was
I think
this
they
said-
called.
state of mind on the 31st?
Hold on.
He said that Peggy was that Nicole said the news people just left. They were knocking on the door and Peggy just left 15 minutes ago.
On 1:32:22. You text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
No, that's not state of mind. I can't. Why won't it let me use my back arrow?
2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
That's what she sent Carrie.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Oh, this one's Nicole. Listen.
Any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is? It's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
Yeah, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago. So is Peggy at Fairview?
Yeah, that's weird. It's weird because she didn't know these people.
No.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Need some Z's too, because that's what it sounded like Nicole's response to Jennifer was. Peggy and them left 15 minutes ago.
Also, how does this go to her state of mind? Did you answer the door? How does that go to her
Yeah.
state of mind?
That's what I said. Like, because he's trying to say, like, you were just trying to figure out what was going on. You were trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, what is going on here? I have no idea.
Well, and it's tough because he's not next to the mic, actually. He's just up there just reading text messages. And she's like, yeah, that sounds good, Hanky.
Yeah, look at the
Look
way
at
she
her.
looks at him.
You know, I was just thinking that. I'm like, look at how she's looking at him.
Going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
All that other shit that she got impeached on, this is what he's choosing to use his time to do.
Right, because she's just a nice, normal mom. She's not a bad person. Look at how nice she is. She's just worried about everybody else.
He's like her savior.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Of course you will.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
Oh,
Wait. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
We'll deal with it later.
Thank you. I have no.
like you really think the jury should have to sit there and read 800 pages of her text messages? Like, come on. Is he done?
Ms. McCabe, a couple of
Oh
follow-up.
my God, that was it? That's all he did on redirect?
That's it. I feel
Wow.
like that was from the 30th. So I think it's the next day. What I'd have to go back and double check that, so don't quote me on it. Did you hear the date of when Nicole's saying Peggy and them left 15 minutes ago? Because I feel like it was the 30th.
It was either the 30th or the 31st. I'll have to go back. Those I didn't write down because I'm outside, but
She's so sick that she can still go all over town.
yeah. Visit people and everything else. I can't believe that's all he chose to do on redirect after all
he
of that.
wants is for them to think that she's just a. That's what all of this goes to: the apologies, the tone of voice, the making sure you do not let Jackson get a rise out of you. That's all it is. It's just this all an act for her, and he needed to make sure his act was followed through with her state of mind and how upset she is.
Sure. Well, that was weak as fuck, and I hope he clears it up right now.
Yeah.
I hope he says something
Indicated
about the
it.
text messages between the family talking about her taking a plea hours before she's even arrested.
Yeah, I hope so.
Redirect examination, that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
We saw
Flashing
all the
red and
lights.
blue lights or blue lights or red lights,
Yeah.
some combination thereof, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview.
Cacophony?
There were no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes,
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise
Yep.
outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer. in this state,
FBI.
correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected
Yes.
to the state police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped. And then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
What?
You're obviously
She thinks, hi, Broken Baker. Thank you for stopping in. It's not a lie if you pretend you can't remember.
How did the fact that she thinks it's over? Like, whatever. Whatever. I have nothing to say. She is so stupid. I can't stand it.
I just really hope the jury sees this for what it really is. Her smug little smile when she said that. Yeah. Like, and you and I both know that they're no longer investigating. Interesting, because isn't it Yannetti who has to turn over everything to them still
Yep.
to this day? Weird. Why would they want all of that if they're not looking at it anymore?
Exactly.
well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
You also had to talk to Carrie and Brian and them.
Text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Pointed them out.
Correct.
Or any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
No.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them. Yes.
It's a private
You had
chat.
some
No, it's
text
just a
messages
chat.
to and from Carrie Roberts.
Like, argue about anything. It's a private chat. No, it's not a private chat. It's just a chat. Yeah. Well, who else is in it? Who else gets access to it?
Correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert. Correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children. Correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
Well, did he?
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend.
Deleted
and I don't
those.
remember who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom
Outsiders.
you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Okay, so and I was going to ask you this earlier. Do we know when Yannetti was talking to Bev? I'm going to say it was Wednesday, but I could be wrong. And he was talking about a witness that the Commonwealth has spoken to, and they don't want to come and testify.
Yeah.
And he was saying it falls under Rule 14. Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
referring to? Do we know what that's about?
No, but then she makes a comment about how Rule
Reporter's
14
notes.
Yeah, reporter's notes. So I don't know.
But we don't know who it is or what it's regarding.
No.
Huh. I was curious about that.
At least I don't yet.
Yeah, does anybody in chat know what I'm talking about or know who it was referring to?
Thank you.
Oh, they're going to play more clips now from Karen's.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips.
From the TB case, the affidavit just filed. Okay, what does that have to do with Karen's case then? Like, so the Commonwealth was, or the defense, one of them wants to call, what's her name, Peters? Or the person who talked to Peters? Is that what I'm gathering then? Because it's Yannetti who is making the argument about it for Karen Reed's case, not.
Oh, I did hear rumors that it was Jen saying she wasn't going to testify unless Turtle Boy was locked up, but And then he
It
just
sounded
so
like it
happened.
had to do with an interview with a reporter.
Well, Turtle Boy's a reporter, but also people were saying that it was interesting timing because, like, as she was testifying, they were in the next room trying to revoke his bail.
Soulshine, yes, he is listed in there as Uncle Brian A. Okay, so is Kate Peter a reporter? I don't know. I'm very confused on that. In my opinion, the defense knows more about all that KP stuff, and I think it's highly likely it's got legs. So you think that they're trying to get that stuff into the Karen Reed trial, and whoever the Commonwealth spoke to is refusing to testify. I don't know. If you guys figure out what that's about, somebody please let me know. I really thought that they were going to talk about the solo cups, but Brennan is making sure that that does not come in. So I don't know. I can't help your bingo card there. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
Oh, did he
All right,
come
you
in?
can play them now.
Hmm.
That was
May I
10
proceed?
seconds.
Yes.
I'd like to play clip
Okay.
12, please.
It could be. You guys could be right. No, Kat, can you send it to me? Maybe it'd make more sense
There
if
was
I
a
actually did read
woman
it.
who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And that's relevant to the jury?
There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
Trying to make it seem like that started a fight the night that he died.
Okay, Percosin says it's absolutely about that. It's Peter's affidavit.
Oh, I haven't seen Peters's affidavit.
Hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them
Damn, John.
recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
John was getting it.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 3:40. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heath that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17.
What do we think that? Why was that clip bad for her?
Because she called him a buffalo? I don't know. Or she was expecting to see him. But they were all looking on the side of the road for him.
Well, Jen said that's what she was doing, and then she said, "I know it sounds crazy, but I was looking for John." And we
Yeah.
were like, "What are you talking about? Why does that sound crazy? That's what you're
Right.
supposed to be doing."
That's
Carrie
literally
said
why you
she was
guys-
trying to, but she was really focused on the road. So she didn't see John because she was focused on the road because it was terrible conditions to be driving in. None of them are important. I think it's kind of silly, and I don't know why this is allowed, but this is like the second trial lately that I've watched that they just randomly start submitting evidence with nobody on the stand. You couldn't do that. Like, you had to have somebody there to testify.
Please.
All right, hold that, please.
Okay. This one's clip 17. They supposedly didn't have any issue with it. So yeah, so where are Peggy and Paul this afternoon? That's interesting.
I don't think I've ever seen them not there.
But we saw Paul was gone for part of the day the other day. Peggy is normally like front and center right here. That is interesting. I don't know where they went.
Maybe they're just peeing.
Maybe. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't see it bad for her either. Hey, Paula. Oh wait, they didn't play it?
Did we miss it?
No, they didn't play it. They just came back from sidebar.
Oh.
But the defense earlier had no objection to clip 17, so that's weird. Maybe they had a basketball game to get to. It's true. Probably meeting up with Matt. The family that piece together stays together.
Call Miss Hannah Knowles to the stand.
That's what she's saying in that last clip. Yeah, like you could have been dead in a ditch. My parents always said that. I hope you're right. We get Lolly and Yanetti.
Did Jen's sister leave?
Oh shit, I didn't look for her, but I think she did. I'll pay attention next time it's over there.
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. I'll be able to finish this. I have to leave in.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
30.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
So,
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
She did not
And
test
what is your
last name, correct? I don't recognize her.
I don't recognize her either. Do you say you have to go, like, for good?
Yeah, I have to go pick up Kaylee. But
Or we're
I
gonna
think
flip-
that, yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, and unless they're just on another break, which is possible, there's not much testimony here.
What does the end say? Does it say we're on a short break?
No, it says thank you for watching with Court TV.
Oh.
Is court done for the day?
It's 4:41. So.
Oh yeah, she was gonna leave. They were gonna leave at 3:45.
Okay.
So, all right.
I'm
we'll
a
see.
forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to work,
I probably won't get the whole thing. It'll probably end. We'll probably have to end while I'm gone, but we'll see. Yeah, Bev can't be staying at court all day. She's like, it's going to be a full day, except for I'm going to call her about an hour and a half earlier than I normally do.
Working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology unit, so I applied for that available position.
Okay.
The Tox unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
Here
At the time,
goes Natalie with the bullshit.
for folks that worked at the crime lab was
What, if any, differences are there between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2, if there's any?
the Chemist series.
Like, I literally
Chemist
don't care.
1 was an entry level or trainee type position where the individual
Probably,
was
yeah.
responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series
for real.
that was in place prior to 2014 was a first level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation,
What
analysts are required.
toxicology are we talking about?
I'm wondering, you know that we talked about the one guy who we wanted to know if he was coming back, and now, of course, I can't remember his name. Is the black guy with the shirt with the polo shirt on, the good-looking guy? You know what I'm?
Yeah, the guy that I liked.
Yeah, I liked him too. I'm
Nick,
wondering if she's in for him.
Oh, maybe. Oh, well, she already sucks. She's boring.
Oh, I like him much better. He needs to come back, but he no longer worked there, and I'm wondering. But I don't know how she's going to testify to that anyway.
I personally don't like the idea of someone who, like, for me, so if me and you worked at a lab, Teresa, and you ran a test, like, I love you, but like, I'm not testifying to your shit. That's what, like,
Right.
for our medical, for like our medical records, like for our medical records, that's literally the reason why, like, Epic will track who is logged in to do what and who clicks on what things, because I'm not about to take responsibility for something you put in there under my name. Like, the whole purpose is so that you are only testifying.
Well,
God
the
forbid
only
if we
thing
had
is
to.
that you do have in any type of lab setting like that, when you get your result, you have to have it looked at by another equal or higher person typically. So so that might be it. I don't, is it Nicholas Roberts? Is that who it was? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember his name.
Yeah.
And now I'm wondering if that's what she's here for, because that's the only toxicology. Are they going to go over John's toxicology from his autopsy? No, I don't think so.
No, no, that was through the Emmy herself. I mean, he was shit-faced, but I was trying to think if that guy was from toxicology, but maybe he was. I think toxicology, I don't really think alcohol, to be honest.
Yeah, the extrapolation.
Okay, that might be what it is.
It might be. I don't know. I just remember I don't know who I just remember not seeing her. I don't remember her name or anything.
So I guess that's the reason she's explaining to us that she oversees stuff. So she probably like checked his work. But I didn't like him because I thought he did it like right per se. I liked him because when he was asked a simple question about if the last drink wasn't at 12 o'clock, like the Commonwealth is saying, and it was instead at 2 o'clock, would that change your results? And he
Right.
said, yes. And that's what you want. You know what I mean? There's no reason for you to be sketchy up here.
Well, yeah, he was extremely unbiased. He was just like, I'm just here to report on my report. And that's all I can tell you based on how I was trained and whatnot. And yeah, I think this is she's probably doing the extrapolation and they're not having the other guy come back. But I don't know that yet. So let's watch.
Okay.
Continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role.
We could probably speed up her and Lally.
Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchase the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
If he asks another background test, I'm going to throw this computer. If he asks another background question, I'm throwing this computer.
He's going to. You know he is. Don't throw your computer.
Have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
Lally?
Passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
Which to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
All right, now move on.
In general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Oh, Lally.
Generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Lally?
Toxicology generally is a study of
He's going through them a little quicker than he did
chemicals
last
and other
time.
substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Get to the meat. Let's
Now,
go.
asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are those?
What are the differences between those different types?
Oh my God.
They have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or
moonshine.
2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with the term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
What if I drink mouthwash?
Can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Is alcohol a central nervous system
Alcohol a
depressant?
central nervous system depressant?
Oh, I'm a mind
And how would
reader.
that
You
central
wrote
nervous
this
system
shit,
depressant
Sleuthie.
affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present.
Not only can Sleuthie read lips, she can also read minds.
Yep, don't forget it.
In the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can
not at
impair
all.
balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form.
That's what Nettie was saying yesterday. I'm going to ask her about white milk.
I
That's
hope
what
he
I'm gonna ask
does. Also, like, we're all grown-ups. We know what
How does
alcohol
white
is.
milk affect the nervous system?
We know what alcohol is, and we know what it does. Can we please just move on? How much alcohol did you determine she had? Maybe.
Memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking.
It can also affect your sexual whatever.
I just described. They can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how is work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology?
Nobody gives a shit.
Generally,
she doesn't give a
up
shit.
with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was
this
authorized
one?
in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with the serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a or a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
I think the next question needs to be, how did you obtain these?
Yeah.
You recognize that document?
What them?
A schedule, you say?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, sure.
Turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. The 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
In those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are in the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams per cent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval.
Can we just know the results,
for
please?
time interval for that sort of minimum calculation
Right,
to
that's
account
what-
for the fact
I think it's
that
0.09.
we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration.
But
If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
don't give a
We
shit.
need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to.
When the last drink
There's a
was.
couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.3 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's a metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range in the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach this to retrieve your honor?
Yes.
That's crazy. And how does MS play into this? How does our medication play into this? Come on, Yannetti.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr.
There we
Nady?
go. I should be able to finish it, but I didn't know if you want to stay on and go through the Kate Peter, the affidavit from Kate Peter's friend. You're welcome to do that. I should be back in like a half hour. Otherwise, I'll have to end it pretty abruptly.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask what cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Really, Beverly?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The
Yes, take a
Mass
drink.
State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't take the sample.
You have no information.
Correct. It was taken at the hospital.
Right.
The lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
No.
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided.
Good for you.
Like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
There you go.
We can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want
Not necessary.
the time frame.
And I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Oh, bring
Mr.
it
Lally,
back.
you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step
Yeah,
down.
nobody needs her.
Everybody
That
appreciates
was great answers. She was great.
All right. Do you want to stick around and go over the Kate Peters stuff, or do you want to just do that a different day? Otherwise,
Are
I'm
you
gonna end it because I gotta go.
Oh, you have to leave?
Yeah, I have to go get Kaylee.
Then yeah, because I can't read it. I'm gonna jump in the shower.
Okay,
I was
well,
gonna
there you
listen
go.
to you read it, but
No, I can't. We can do it. We can do it next time though, or we can do something else with it. Yeah, I gotta go get Kaylee. So, all right. Well, all right. That was day 8. I wish I could stick around and talk to you guys a little bit more, but I really can't. I love you all. Thank you guys for being here. Sleuthie, always amazeballs. Now that we know that you can read lips and minds, we got to watch out for that.
yeah.
Other than that, we'll see you guys on Monday. I might try to do something over the weekend, but I don't want to guarantee anything, so we'll see what happens.
We definitely
always-
have court Monday. Oh yes, we do. She just said that.
Yeah, we have court Monday.
Okay.
All right. Love you guys. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.